So you are welcome to today's study work section. If you are joining us today, you are welcome, and we've been here for months now, and it's been very helpful for as many that are into it, that as many that have tried it. So if you haven't tried, I will encourage you to try today and join us and see how it works, especially if you have been very busy, if you are the type that has been struggling with so many deadlines, if you have a lot to do at hand and you are struggling. So this is the space for you. It's a place for you to manage your time. It's a place for you to achieve your aim, because most times we have a lot. Like for me, I write, I'm a researcher, I have a lot at hand to do. So it's something that many people will be asking, how are you doing it? How do you do it? And when do you even have the time to do it? It's all about should I say, it's all about planning and being disciplined to follow the plans, and you can do it. I believe that anybody can do it once you're able to join, and with time you'll be able to control some of the things that you do to fix them. And once you're able to fix some of the major things you do, you see how much free time you have. And because many people go from one thing to the other each time, they keep struggling. They say, oh, I don't have time to do this, I don't have time for that. But the truth of the matter most times is that it's not time that they don't have, it's just that they didn't plan well. So if you didn't plan well, you'll be thinking that yes, you don't have time. If you didn't plan well, you'll be thinking, oh, I'm always fighting with the deadline. But you don't need to fight with deadline. Just fix your time, fix the things that you need to do. And when you fix it, things will start working easily. Things will start being as easy as you can imagine. So it's just good you find a routine that works for you. It mustn't be a strict routine. It's not something that should be rigid, but put things in line that yes, every 1 hour or every day you know what you ought to do. When you wake up in the morning, you should be able to say, okay, in the next 1 hour, this is what I ought to do. In the next 2 hours, this is what I ought to do. In the next 2 days, this is where I'm going. That is how to plan it. But you know, some people wake up in the morning, they are everywhere and they are doing everything. You cannot just be doing everything and being everywhere and you think that you will succeed doing that. So that is not the way to go. I will encourage you to plan your time. And if you are joining us today, you in this Pomodoro section, I will encourage you to come with your priority task. It's very important. So as you come with your priority tasks, that will help you to not leave out the important things, because most people will think, oh, I have so many things to do, I need to achieve this, I need to achieve that. But most times they haven't known which one of them has priority over the other one, which means you need to look at the things that are important to you, things that are very important, and you look at the deadlines, which means you need to see if they are important, if they are urgent, then they are of utmost a priority, so you go for it first. Then you can check, there are things that are important that can wait, there are things that are important that you can still do maybe in the next 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, and you know, yes, you can do this within 12 hours, you can do this within 6 hours, then it's not yet of utmost importance unless you finish other things that you need to do. So learn to prioritize your needs, learn to prioritize your task. It's very important. You know, in economics we are taught to prioritize our needs, but I want to bring it to you that you need to prioritize your task also. That is how not to waste your energy, and that is how not to waste time, because wasting time is not just it's not just time you're wasting. Many people that waste time think that they're wasting time. Time is life itself. Time is one of the most important resources if any human being can have, and is finite for each and every one of us, which means it's once it's gone, it's gone. It's not something that you can renew. You cannot just say, oh, because I wasted my 20 years, I wasted my 20 minutes, I can take it out again. Even if you work twice hard, what you do is to use your health to do that. So you don't want it to get to that. So I will encourage you to plan your life. I will encourage you to plan your time. And how do you do it? And you should also prioritize not only your task, you should also prioritize your rest. Your rest is important, your task is important. So as you're planning your task this morning, for some of us that have already, for some people that me, I'm home today working from home. So if you are the type that has gone to work, and as you're leaving, you are going for that work today, I want you to plan your rest. Are you already at work and you are seeing this? Then plan your rest. It's very important that you plan your rest. So you take it seriously. Take it seriously to plan your rest. As you're leaving in the morning, when you say, okay, I'm going to be doing my work from 9 to 5 or 9 to 6, or some people, they even work 12 hours or they work 14 hours. Please, can you factor in the time of your rest? Factor in the break times. And I don't mean the break time being the time for you to finish the works that you couldn't finish. And it's not the time for you to start doing the things that are of utmost importance. It's just the time for you to take care of yourself. It's the time for you to be present with yourself. So it's very important. I want you to take time for rest. Take time out of every 1 hour. If you have so much to do, don't go a whole lot. Don't go more than 3 hours if you have any physical work, you have any brain work to do. And don't go any 3 hours unless it's an emergency without taking a rest, because most times people make mistakes not because they don't understand what they are doing. It's not because they are lazy. It's not because they are not experts in it. It is because that they are tired. And when they are tired, your judgment is dull. It's no longer as sharp. You can't take judgments, prompt and take it abruptly. Just taking the right decisions will be hard when you are tired. So don't get exhausted. It's very important. So as you're working today, are you working in the office? Are you working at home? Make out time to rest. Bring out time, select time and say, okay, for us here, we are using 50-10, which means in every 1 hour, we are going to do deep work of 50 minutes. Then we are going to do 10 minutes of break time. I say doing because we need to be present in that break time. It's a mindful break, so you should be present in your break. So every 1 hour for us here, 10 minutes of break. Our brain already knows that yes, this is the rest time, so it's going to focus during the focus hour. So it's very important that during that your work time, that you select your break time. Factor it in as you leave in the morning every day. Don't wait till you are tired. That is not the right time to rest. Don't wait till you are exhausted. That is not the best time to rest, because first you have to recover before you start resting. That is not the right time, and it affects not only your physical health but also your mental health. So you need to rest before you are exhausted. And how do you do it? It's for you to plan to rest before you start the work. So when you go out in the morning, when you are going for that interview to ask for, please, can you just ask them when they say, do you have any question? It's also good that you ask them when is the break time, so they know that yes, your break time is important to you. It might sound funny, but let them know that yes, break time, you having rest, is part of you being productive. It makes you sharper. It gives you the clarity you need to take decisions, so you don't make mistakes that will land you where you don't want to be, or that will cost you the job. So that is not what you want. So take time out to rest. So if you are joining us this morning as a student, you are joining us this morning as a researcher, as a writer, please bring your pen, your paper, and remember that your paper and pen wins over your typing when it comes to your memory. So we'll be talking about how to improve our memory. If you're a lifelong learner, or you want to have a very functional and very good memory even till old age, join us during the break time. We'll be discussing how to keep your memory sharp, how to keep yourself working even when you are 70, 60, 80. So it's something that you can work on. It's something that you can deliberately keep active. So join us. We are starting now like every other day. Every day that we do this, which is Wednesday and Thursday, we start by 10, but we take the first 10 minutes to do the introduction. So we've done the introduction. Now we are going into the deep work. So when you come here, or you are passing, or you've passed, whenever you passed or you are here, you see us not speaking, that means we are doing the deep work, which is within 15 minutes. So on top of every 50 minutes, we are going to be having 10 minutes of break. So our breaks will be happening 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and 3:50. or thereabout of 4, then we wrap up for the day, and tomorrow we also continue. That means if you work with us today, to be 6 hours, and tomorrow to be 6 hours, that is 12 hours. That is how I do those writing, because as a writer, you write books, you do publish research works, you do other works as a mother. Yeah, that is how to cope. So you fix this time, and yeah, this discipline, and you are now very accountable to yourself. You see how much you are going to achieve. So I wish you a very productive 40 minutes now. Remember to listen in or go for your mindful break. During break time, I will remind you. Okay, we've come to the end of this section and this deep work section. So we are in a mindful break time, and you can do yourself good by just taking this break time and be present in your break and take your eyes off the work and your mind off whatever work you are doing. It's very important that you are present in your break and present in your work time. I don't need to remind you to be present in your work time, because most times we think, okay, this work is giving me food, it's giving me the dignity I need as a working parent and all those stuff. So you put your attention to work, I believe so. And when it is time for you to rest, you think, oh, I don't need rest, I need to go on and maybe finish up what I have to do. Please take time off the work. We have 10 minutes of mindful break. So during this mindful break, you can drink water, you can walk around, you can even sit here and chat with us as we are chatting now. If you have anything that you want us to talk about on how to improve your memory, how to keep your brain working, functioning very well, so you can just put it in that chat. So when I see it, I will respond to it. If you're a student that is struggling to make your grades look good, make your grades, you have the A plus, and you're targeting maybe a very good certificate, a very good result that is that you made yourself, then it's time that you ask questions if you are struggling, because there are ways of doing this which makes it easy. You know, when you see people getting the first class, they get the cum laude. Some people think it's impossible. No, it's not impossible. It's something that you can do. And I saw an advert, you know, where they were advertising their AI and what it can do, and they are shouting that do you know that students are making 4 points because they are using it. Please don't be deceived. That is not helping you in any way. It's not developing your skill, it's not developing your brain. When it is time for you to use those things to work, you see that yes, that you've cheated yourself. So don't depend on AI. The AI is just a tool. Don't make it a mental crutch that you're not dependent on it. I have been saying this, I think that's from February, March, I've been shouting about this. So it's something that people should start taking note of. If you have been so dependent on technology, on all this smartphone, when you need any answer, you just ask and you get the answer. It's time that you start looking into your brain and look into your memory and see how good your memory is. See if you still remember things the way you used to remember things. See if you are more forgetful than you used to be. See if you are able to think deeply, because so many people are now shallow thinkers that any little thing they is disturbing. Just ask them 149 minus 39 and you see them, they're looking, and they don't even, it takes them time to realize that yes, you are asking them a question that they should use their brain to do. In their mind it goes straight. Don't you have calculator? Are you not supposed to just ask Google this and it will tell it to you? That is not the way to go, because the only way you can keep your mind working is by exercising your mind. And remember that you keeping your memory sharp, keeping your memory intact, is not all about the brain. It's all about you working on your focus and you being intentional about it. It's very, very important that you are intentional about how you use your mind. What you give your focus to is going to control your mind. And you can see what is happening in this digital age. We have so much distractions, we have so much information, we have so much news, so much things to do, that it is now hard for you to keep them all. And before you know it, people are training their minds to be should I say, to skip things, to just scroll through. They're training their minds to be fragmented and not think deeply, because they believe that yes, even if I miss this information, I'm going to get it one way or the other. I just need to ask Google, I just need to type a keyword and I'll get it. Yeah, those things, they are helpful, but how helpful is it to your mind? How helpful is it to your health, your mental health? So you need to check that also and see if you need to improve. And that is something that you must do deliberately, something that you must do with your attention being there. You should wake yourself up. The computer, the phones, the smart technology, the AI, they are not going to tap you on the shoulder and say, oh, wake up, I think you are now dependent on digital life, you are not dependent on technology. No, it's time that you wake yourself up and use your mind, use your brain, and think when you ought to think deeply, and engage with contents that are very meaningful, contents that are longer content and meaningful content. Just like real life, you know, real life things doesn't just jump out, things happen stage by stage. That is how it works. So stop going for those summary, all those things that's 2 minutes. 2 minutes is even good. And now we are looking at things that are 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Yeah, they will tell you that yes, it's optimized because they want you to get hooked within 3 seconds. You are really carried out. You say, okay, let me just go and check what is happening in TikTok. Let me check what is happening in Facebook. Let me check what those all those social media, even specialized websites like LinkedIn and the rest of them. You say, okay, let me go just check what is happening, only for you to think you'll be spending 1 minute. By the time you realize what is happening, you're already there for like 1 hour. You can see what is happening. And when they ask you all the things that you have seen, except things that are emotional, you wouldn't be able to pinpoint what you've seen. So it's time for you to be intentional about what you see and what you feed your mind with, and reduce cognitive clutter, because there are so many things people are exposed to that your mind doesn't even have the time to process them. And if your mind doesn't have the time to process and you keep feeding and feeding and feeding it, you know what will happen. It's just like you have let's just say you have a bowl or whatever, you are putting everything in it, and you, as you are putting it, is falling off. That is just the same thing. If you keep feeding it and there is no time to digest it, it's going to bring them all out, which means you see people, they graduate, you see people, they are working, you see people, and you think that they are knowledgeable, but no, they are all dependent on what they can ask the technology to provide the answer. So people are working empty. It's not by their making. It is because we have this technology that nobody told them that yes, you don't need to depend on it. You need to use it as a tool. If you are using a tool, you need to learn how to use that tool. You still need to think and innovate about it. That is how to use a tool. Tools are not meant for you to depend on. Tools will your pen cannot replace your hand. Your tractor cannot replace your leg. Whatever tool you are using is not meant to replace any part of your body. So also is the AI. It's not supposed to replace your brain. And I'll also be speaking because if you have been here maybe 2 months, 3 months ago, while I'm here, you will see what I put in front of that place. I say, do we still need school in this era of AI? And so many people, I know that they've been debating on it, but I will be talking about that because I saw something about it on television yesterday. They were putting it in the national news, asking, do we still need university when with this all technology everywhere, people can sit at home and do what they want to do? Then we need to talk about it and see what university offers, what research offers that you can't get just doing using AI, because AI, we are also trained. AI was also developed and designed by people that went through that university. And human mind, in a way, is very unique, that none, if 2 of us were given the same thing to think about, to produce, it will never be the same. So that is how unique you are. That is how unique I am. And now if we start having everybody doing the same thing because we are using AI, how boring this life will be, you know. How boring. And when there is no diversity, it's just like you now coming out, you see every face look the same, everything look the same. It's just like the poem I wrote so many years ago, which I published. I think it was this year. You know, think like nature. When people are thinking everything is just the same now, we want our faces to be the same, we speak the same way, the world will be boring. And that is what AI is all about, because if we put the same thing in AI, if we ask the same question, we are going to get the same answer. But if I ask the same question to a group of 10 people in a room, I'm not going to get the same answer. And that insight, that changes, is what makes the world the way it is. That is why we are growing, and that makes human what we are. Because we are human, it is because we think. We are thinking being. That is what separates us from so many other animals, because we think. Our thinking is higher and deeper. So there is need for you to exercise your brain if you want your memory to be active, if you want your memory to be functional, even in old age, especially in this era. I'm not going to be calling names of diseases. We know what is happening when people are growing old. Even see younger people, they are very forgetful. They are very forgetful. So you can see how this thing is translating into our human life. So you need to be conscious of it. AI is very good. It makes life simple. It makes life easy. But learn how to think so you can use it better. So we've come to the end of this break time. We are entering into another deep work, 15 minutes. So during this deep work, we focus on our work. We put our mind, our focus to the work. Reduce every distraction, things that takes your mind off the work, like your notifications, the ringing tones. Please, you can just minimize them, reduce them. And if you don't think that you need those core for those that have emergency. If you have children, you still put them on and listen if there are emergency calls. But the thing is that reduce distraction during the deep work hour. Your mind works better in short sprints. So we are sprinting for 50 minutes, then we'll do 10 minutes of mindful break when we chat and talk about how to improve our memory, improve our grade as students, and be more productive. So we are in our break time now. We've come to the end of this section. This is another break time. It's a mindful break time. It's time for you to go on a break. Please be present in your break and make sure that you ask yourself, how are you feeling? So you check yourself and know how you are feeling. It's very important. Another thing I want us to take very serious is your joy. So you need to also see if you're happy and make yourself as happy as you can be, because happiness is just a choice. It's not because you have it all, it's not because everything is working the way it should be. You are happy because you choose to be happy. So choose happiness today. And according to the Bible, which I know me have tested, happiness is like medicine. Joy is a medicine on its own. So the more joyful you are in this life, the happier you are, the healthier you are. So that is how it works. So try as much as possible to be joyful. Enjoy your time, enjoy yourself, schedule your joy, schedule your rest, and make sure you are not always frowning, you are not always unhappy because of what you didn't achieve, what you are still looking out for. Those things will still be there whether you achieve them or you don't achieve them. Please be happy, because that's a life you think is difficult. Some people are looking for it, they don't have it. That state of life or state of mind you think, oh, I still want this, I want that. Some people are looking for it. You are the envy of many. I don't know if anybody has told you that you are the envy of many. So let's continue with what we are talking about, which is what we are talking about today. We are talking about improving our memory, improving how sharp, how retentive we are, how attentive, how alert we are. It's very important that you are alert in your brain, so you can think, you can take decision. You don't need to waste time. When some people are asked questions, they will take a long time to even realize this question, what it means. This question is not something that let's just say a few years ago, 10 years ago, if you ask somebody 200 plus 10 plus 30 plus, they can give you the answer just very fast. But you can see what is happening now. Once you ask such questions, you see people going back to their phones, going back to their laptop or their calculator to calculate it, to tell you what it is, but it ought not to be so. So you need to train your mind. You need to wake up now and take back your memory. That is what makes you human. Take back your thinking. Try to think deeply. Try to develop the habit of keeping your mind smart. And how do you do that? Is for you first to minimize distraction, because the main cause of this is not just it's not that people tend to be lazy. It's not that they have chosen not to be learning, but because there is so much distraction. There is so much going on, so much stress, and this distraction, these things that we call technology, these things that we think, oh, is helping, I need you to also look at it and see how distracted you are, and look at the stress it is putting on your life. It's very stressful. Sometimes you see people, it's not as if they are doing anything, but they are just scrolling and scrolling through the phone. They are going from one platform to the other. It's very stressful, and the more you stress your brain, the less retentive your brain becomes, the less attentive, the less alertness, because now you are cluttering your brain with so many things. So it's time you declutter. It's time that you take some things out. It's time that you focus on the things that matters, things that helps you, things that are very important to the end goal. So you don't just put everything in your mind. You don't go from every page. When they are dancing, you are watching, they are clapping, you are watching. Everything is so stressful, and people are suffering from digital overload, and that doesn't help in any way with your memory. It doesn't help. When you are overloaded, when you are now you are irritable, you see yourself, you are not doing, it's not as if you are walking, you are not digging any soil, you are not carrying any heavy load, but you are tired always. You are not doing anything that should take your energy, but you see yourself, you are exhausted each day. That is mental exhaustion. Is as bad as your physical exhaustion also. So give yourself time, give your brain time to digest what you are reading, to digest what you are seeing. Give your brain time. Mental exhaustion is very bad, because with time you see that your memory hub is shrinking. You think, okay, I'm trying to train my memory. If you want to train your memory, it should be intentional. It should be something that you do with intention, with focus. So you put your mind to it. With all this distraction going on everywhere, people, you can get any answer. You can know how the temperature in Europe, you know the one in India at the same time, you know, so many information. Those things are not healthy. When it is too much, it's not healthy. Too much of everything is not healthy. So you need to be very careful what you read. You need to be very careful what the content you engage with. So when they are not meaningful, when they are things that doesn't really contribute, I didn't say you shouldn't engage with the things that are not that makes you happy, but they are not contributing. You know, if it gives you happiness, then give it the time that it needs. But once you keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, you see yourself having this digital overload. You see yourself, you are exhausted. You don't know what you have been working on. When they ask you, what have you achieved today, what have you done, even just ask yourself that question, what have you done today? You see that maybe at the end of it all, you said you wanted to write your project, you wanted to write your thesis, you wanted to do this, but what have you done? At the end, what you have achieved is you were writing, before you know it, you're distracted. You visited the Facebook, now you are in Instagram, now you are in TikTok, now you keep going from one place to the other. Please mind how much information you gather, and if they are not too necessary, you don't need to burden yourself with them. So distraction is very, very real. And with this digital should I say the smartphone, smart technology, so you can always get information everywhere, and that is stopping you from thinking. Do you know why? Because your mind already knows, oh, before it's trying to process, you bring another one, so it will just keep it open. You keep pouring things, it's not processing anything. So you are keeping it dormant, but you are busy. You are not exercising it, you are busy. It's just like you went to gym, instead of exercising, then you carry one heavy load and you are holding it for 1 hour, 2 hours. No, that is not exercising. So what you are doing is to burden that part of your body. You are burdening your brain, but you are not exercising it. So for you to exercise your brain, you need to declutter. You need to reduce the mental clogs. You need to reduce cognitive clog, how much things you put in there, and reduce what they call it again, multitasking. You know, many people say, oh, I multitask, I do this. No, multitasking is not good for productivity. So it might sound odd, but it's very true, because you will have to be paying cognitive payments, because you have to go from one task to the other. It takes time for you to adjust, because now you have this muscle memory that tells you go do this when you are supposed to do that, and you are wasting time. So you have to for you to improve your focus, for you to improve your retention ability, for you to improve your memory, do one thing at a time is very important. Focus on one thing at a time. That doesn't mean that you can not do other things, but give them time. Each time you say, okay, you can block it and say 50 minutes for this, 30 minutes for this, 10 minutes for this. So you go from this and know what to do when you end this. That's how to be productive. It's very important. So we are talking about how to improve our memory, how to keep our brain functioning well. So you need to also feed your brain. It's very important. You need to also feed yourself, not just your brain. You need to eat the rainbow food. You know, there is this rainbow food book that I wrote. I've been putting some of the distance. So eat healthy. Eating healthy, eating the rainbow, is you making sure that you eat different colors of food, different colors of vegetables and fruits. So eat healthy. Many people, when you talk about the brain, they will tell you, oh, you should eat for your brain. No, I will tell you to eat for your whole body, because if your brain is functioning and the other part of the body, you ate all the omega food and you don't have enough energy, you don't have enough protein, that won't be healthy. So eat healthy, eat the rainbow food, and make sure that you are eating things that are not chemically polluted. Is very important. Be close to your farmers if you can. Just visit them and see how they are doing. So I think we are coming to the end of this section. This should be once it's 12 we start again. So when you see us focusing on our job, then that is the deep work time. When you see me talking, then that's the break time, and I always take the midday break to have my own breakfast or to walk around. That's very important to me too. So if you are joining us, or you just join now and you want to know what you are doing, this is a study workspace. Whatever work you're doing, whatever study you are doing. So if you are struggling with your studies, especially those that are writing their projects, you are writing the exams, and you are struggling to retain, or with your retentive memory, you are struggling to remember things, you can just put some questions, and then in the chat will answer you and help you through it. Because my goal here is to help students, is to help researchers to really be productive. This is a productive space to make sure that you are productive, that you use your time and use your energy well, because what matters most is really the energy. Time is 24 hours, so you can put your energy to what matters most. We'll be coming again to speak once it's 12:50, so remember to be here and join us and invite others. If you have questions, you put it in the chat when you are there. Oh, thank you. So you can see the rainbow feast there. Thank you so much. Oh dear, yeah, that's the rainbow feast. Yeah, you can see it. That's a children book. You can really patronize, search online, you will see it. Thank you so much. Thank you, G Head or usual. Thank you so much. So we are back to our deep work time now. We'll be speaking again once it's 12:50. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. It's time for us to go on a mindful break. So I'll be putting in some break for now and get back to you once it's few minutes. Yeah. So it's a break time. Take your time, man. I have 2 minutes left. So it's still our break time. We have 5 minutes more and this break time, so you can be present in your break. Be present in your break and remember to take care of yourself while you work. That's very important. Yeah, for those of us that has been here since morning, well done. And I know that you must have achieved a lot. We've done, that's complete 50 minutes and 3, that's 10:50, 11:50 and 12:50, so that's 3 hours. Not complete, is remaining 4 minutes. Remember that we are doing it 10 minutes of mindful break and 50 minutes of deep work section. So during the deep work section, our mind works well because it knows it's going to be taking a break once it's 50 minutes. So if you are joining us, bring to the table what you want to achieve, and don't bring everything, just bring only 2 or 3 tasks on the table that you want to achieve, and allot time to eat. Make sure that you time block. It's okay, between this time and this time I'm going to do this, between this time and this time I'm going to achieve that. So that is how we want it to be. And remember that we've been working on how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention ability, how to make yourself smart. Because we have smartphones, we have smart technology, smart everything, but you can see that humans are becoming less smart. Let's just not say it's loud, but that is just what it means. Though some people are still very conscious and still working on their thinking, working on thinking deep, working on critical thinking, but you can see that so many have turned the technology they have now into mental crutches, that they are no longer thinking, they don't want to reason it, they want to write an essay, they'll just tell it. Some don't even write, they will just dictate it and say, oh, you can you write me a letter saying this, and before you know it, a good letter has been confirmed. That's okay. But if that doesn't work, do you know how they configured it? There is a way. You will depend on this. With time, you will stop thinking, you will stop using your brain, and it will be difficult to realign yourself with the happening. So it's just good that you wake yourself up at this point in time and start thinking. It's good that you start using your brain and exercise your brain, because the law of evolution made us to know that if you don't exercise it, whatever you don't use is going to be taken away, or is going to degenerate. Okay, that was the word used. So if you are training your muscles, you are strengthening your legs will be powerful. You are working with your hands, you see that you have a powerful hands, and so also is your brain. If you're exercising your brain will be powerful. So how do you exercise your brain? You exercise your brain by training your recall ability. You need to improve your recall abilities. It's very important. So how does it work? Is for you to be able to bring out what you've learned, or what you have studied, or what you've heard, and you can reproduce it. Then you are training your recall ability, being able to think and relate it to things around, to things that you can use it to do. That is how to think. There are so many ways for you to improve your thinking, but very important is your writing with your hand. You can go back to handwriting because it slows down the speed. It helps you to reason, it helps you to think deeply, it helps you to slow down a little. So those things that slows you down a little in this fast paced world is very important. And there is something I used to put during the break. I will put it if you're on YouTube, you see that, you see that stillness is power, is superpower. In this era that we are in, everything is fast. We have fast food, we have fast drink, we have fast everything, fast technology. We want it fast, and we want it at turnkey. All these things, they are affecting the way we reason as human beings. And we know that, yes, even as fast as we are, 24 hours still remain 24 hours. The circle of life still go the way it goes. So there is need for us to realign. So we've come to the end of this break time. So if you have been on break, it's time for us to come back to work, time for us to refocus, time for us to work on our break and achieve our end today. So it's a mindful break once again now. So if you've been here with us, it's time for you to go on your mindful break. You deserve it. So you don't deserve rest because you've worked. You deserve rest because you're a human being. So you need to rest and take your rest serious. So for those, I can see that yeah, it's went off because TikTok talks we were inactive, and when everybody's not talking. So to them it means being inactive, but that was our deep work time. That was when we were being serious and they cut us off, which is not how it ought to be. So they will need to accommodate this kind of program that we are doing. We need to be mindful, we need to work also, we need to achieve our aim, we need to be there. So if you are there, you can join. For those that were there before they cut us off, we are still here, so you can come back and join. The cut off because we are doing our deep work. We were working then and they cut us off. That's not how it ought to be. So TikTok, please do the needful and accommodate this kind of program. Is very important. So it's not only this platform that is being done, it's been done in so many other platforms. So it's necessary that you accommodate people that are working. So they are working, they are also growing their page, they are working and teaching others how to be mindful. Is very important. It's not all about talking and just keep there are so many ways of interacting. When you are here teaching, you are interacting also. So which means I will need to share this post once again, to share the live once again. So if you are joining me, you can help and just stop. We do a deep work for 15 minutes, then we do 10 minutes of break. We are on break now, which is why we are talking. So when we are on break, we are not speaking, we are just working. And to the platforms, they think, oh, that they are just being quiet, they are not doing anything. No, we are doing our deep work. So you are invited to join and invite others. So we are talking about how to improve our mindfulness, how to improve our mind, how to improve our retention ability, our brain, our thinking. We've talked about you eating very well. It's not just eating for the brain. So many people, they will tell you, oh, it's time for you to get the omega-3, eat the chia seed, and so many of them that they will be listing, which you get from the fish, from so many things. But I will advise you to eat the rainbow. So you eat the rainbow feast. You try as much as possible to eat different colors of vegetables and different colors of fruits, because you need a healthy body to have that healthy mind. So always eat well and eat for your health. You're not just eating because you're hungry. You're not just eating because it tastes good. You eat because you want to be healthy. You eat for the joy of it and to keep you healthy. That's very important. Again, another thing that is very important is your rest and your sleep, because without sleep, without rest, your thinking get fragmented and you'll be slow in processing information. You see yourself, what you would have just understood within a second or 2 seconds, you are trying within 1 minute, you are still trying to figure it out. That is what lack of rest does. And it is hard for people to really notice when these things set in, but it sets in slowly and it keeps eating up your thinking. It keeps reducing your alertness. Before you know it, somebody is, you're not thinking, oh, I used to be sharp, I should be able to just say this answer, or they say 25 plus 72, you should be able to bring it out immediately, but you take long, because yes, is what lack of rest can do. And it gets worse when you are now chronically stressed. Chronic stress and exhaustion, that is the worst of it. So you don't get exhausted. Don't wait till you are exhausted to rest. That is not the best time to rest. Don't wait till you are tired to rest. Rest when you can still rest, when you are not tired yet, when you are not exhausted. That is the time to rest. And how do you do that? Is for you to factor in your rest into your work time. So in the morning when you wake up and you are going out for the work, you are planning for that work, please plan your rest at the same time. Is very important. So get rested. Don't wait till you can't stand anymore. And that is how people will walk till, when you look at them, they are just 40, they are just 50, but they are looking like they are 80. You see somebody that is 30. I know that there are so many factors that goes into this, which we have emergencies, we have so many things. Life happens, but as much as that happens, you should also be able to gather your life together and get rest. You were not just born to keep doing. You were not just born to keep working. You are also born to enjoy. So enjoy your rest time and factor in your rest. Factor in your sleep time. It's not just sleeping at night. If you need sleep in the afternoon, you can just take a power nap. Maybe let's just take it, we can say 20 minutes of sleep, 10 minutes of sleep. It can do wonders for you. It will help you gain clarity. It's very, very important. But people think that rest is a loss. Rest is when you have nothing to do. Rest is when you have finished what you ought to do. You know, that is what comes to mind when we think about rest. And when they are saying it's time for a break, you say, oh, maybe they have finished all that they are doing. No, you don't need to finish everything that you are doing for you to. I can see Kestika and Zara. Thanks for joining. And yeah, we are on our break, and we have 10 minutes break each time in every 1 hour. So take your rest serious. If you want to really make progress, if you want to be productive in life, you want to do much more, you need to factor in your rest from the morning. As you're waking up, as you're going out, just take your rest serious. Factor in the rest and say, okay, after 1 hour of work, I'm going to rest for 10 minutes. After 3 hours of work, I'm going to rest for 30 minutes. Please don't go at a stretch. Don't go till maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, and you haven't rested. No, that is not the way to go. And you will think that, yes, the longer you work, that is the more productive you are. No, sometimes if you are not rested, you start making mistakes that you ought not to make. If you are not rested, you see yourself struggling. Even it will affect the speed of you processing information, and that is not really too good for researchers and for students. If you're a student, so factor in your rest. Are you going to work? Are you going to study today? Factor in that rest. Make sure that you are resting. Put it in the morning. Know the time, and let others that are walking around you, let them know the time that you rest also. Is very important, because if you don't let them know and stand by it that this is the time you rest, they will keep bringing work. They will keep calling you for overtime. They will keep calling you to take this and that, even when it is break time. So make sure that they know that, yes, you value your rest time. Your rest is part of you being productive. Your rest is part of you being wise. It takes a wise man to know when to rest. It takes a wise person to know that, yes, you don't progress because you are working 24 hours. Nobody works 24 hours and doesn't break down. If you keep working 24 hours, you might work the first week, 2 weeks. After 3 weeks or one, then your body will start paying for it. And even at that, what you don't know is that your body will take that rest. Whether you take it knowing that's intentional, taking the break, or you didn't do it intentionally, your body will take a break. Your body is going to take a rest. And when your body takes a rest, that is why you see people making unnecessary mistakes. That is when you see people, they are still here writing, maybe they are trying to write the introduction, but here they are already in Facebook, they're in TikTok, they are there and there at the same time, because their brain has just zoomed off. So if you don't want your brain to zoom off on you, take intentional rest. So you need to schedule your rest as you are scheduling your work, as you are factoring in your work time. You say, okay, I'm going to work between these 3 hours. Say, okay, between these 3 hours, after each 1 hour, I'm going to be resting for 10 minutes. And you will see yourself being more productive within that 50 minutes than you can ever be if you did not factor in that rest. Why? It's because even studies, have shown that human brain works better in short sprints. So in deep focus time, just put it. Don't go at a stretch. That is not productive. You go short, maybe 50 minutes, some will go 25 minutes, some will 30 minutes, some will go for 1 hour, but don't go up all to 3 hours and you haven't taken a rest. That is not it. After every 3 hours, make sure you take a little rest, short rest. Don't wait till you go home before you rest. Don't wait till the work finish before you go to rest. Don't wait till they tell you, oh, you are looking exhausted. Then what you need is recovery. It's no longer rest. So you will need your rest. And how do you get this rest? For you to be mentally alert, for you to be physically healthy, then you will need to factor in your rest. And the next break will be talking about you factoring in your joy, because it's very important. Most times you see people, they don't even look at themselves, they are on break, they don't know how they feel. So you need to also factor in your joy, and I'll talk about that during the break time, because our break time is finished now. It's time for deep work. So we focus on our work, we focus on what we have brought to the table. So let's see how much we achieve in 15 minutes. If you're joining me and you have done it for 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, let us know what you think about it, because for me it has been very helpful, because I have loads to do. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. It's our mindful break time. If you haven't had your break, please, it's time for you to go for your break. This is the 10 minutes of our mindful break, and the rule here is for you to be present in your break. It's not just going on a break, but you need to be present in your break as you were present at your work time. I believe you were present in your work time. You weren't moving around or looking for things to chat about or the things that will distract you. So if you have been focusing and you have done the deep work, this is the break time. It's time for you to chat. It's time for you to walk around. It's time for you to drink your tea. It's time for you to take a little, maybe a short walk, meditation, or prayer. If you are a Christian or you are religious, so you can go for your prayer. Just take this 10 minutes out for yourself to do that which will benefit you. So you relax. 10 minutes of nap is also very good. You can just close your eyes and rest during these 10 minutes. You can then listen, and if you want to listen, so that is very important. Your break is as important as your work time, and your work time is as important as your joy time. You need to also schedule your joy. I said the next one, which is now, is we're talking about our joy. So just let's go back and look at our 1 week ago. Let's just say we were in a movie theater, and tram, and it just came out, and that is you, and they are televising your life in the last 1 week. They are televising what you have been through since last 1 week. It is now showing. I mean, nobody else is watching. It's just you. You are watching your life in the last 1 week. You are seeing everything that you have been doing. Will you see yourself struggling to survive, or will you see yourself living the way you want to live, the way you have planned to be living? So ask yourself that question. Let's just say that you have just put it on now, last Wednesday till now. How has your life been? Have you been struggling? Have you been from work to work and you have no time to rest? Have you been shouting? Have you been, what have you been doing actually? So have you been smiling? Have you smiled? I mean, giving yourself a nice smile that yes, you smile like you have nothing worrying you. Have you done that in the last 1 week? If you haven't, please take time out and smile, and make another person also smile. Please smile on other people's face and give yourself that which makes you happy, that which will make you happy. If it is to go and chat, please do it. If it is that food, don't wait till you have it all. Nobody will ever have it all. So whatever you have, be happy on it. So go and take yourself out if that makes you happy. So schedule your joy. There are 3 things I've said you should schedule. One, nobody needs very few people might need advice on scheduling their work, which means you should work as a human being, because that is where you get your dignity of labor. You know, there is dignity in knowing that yes, this is what you did yourself. You are earning your own money. You are not begging anybody. So that is one thing that you need to do, and most people do that without being prompted. Nobody wants to be told, oh, you are jobless, you know. So the thing is that work is always there, but there is another thing very important as work that people don't take serious, and that is rest. And there is another thing that is very important also, that many people, that is even the least considered, and that is your joy. And remember that your joy is your strength, your joy is your health. So if you are joyful, it's just like a loop. It's going to bring out joy. Joy begat joy, and happiness begat happiness. If you're always unhappy, things unhappy will be coming. You might think, oh, you are unhappy because you are feeling unwell, or you are unhappy because things are not going well. But let me tell you, if you're unhappy because things are not going well, things will not go well, and then you will be unhappy. Unhappy now, that is like a circle. So choose to break it. I mean, you should just choose today to break that. No matter what happens, just tell yourself that you are going to be happy today. So choose happiness and smile. So schedule your joy. Do those things that makes you happy. If you are the type that likes going to the cinema to watch, you can go there and watch. If you like chatting, then you can do that. So what makes you happy? Do it, schedule it. You can put it, say, okay, within a week I will take myself out, I'm going to cook this, I'm going to do that. Those things that makes you happy, they improve your productivity, because the more you do those things, the happier you are, the more energetic you are, and it releases the happy hormones. It makes you healthier. You don't want to be receiving all the stress hormone in your body. You know what it will result to. So that is not what you want. So no matter what the place you are in now, I mean the situation you are in now presents to you, just tell yourself that you choose happiness and schedule your joy. So once you have scheduled it, whatever happens, I believe that nothing untoward that will make you very unhappy will happen. So you just choose to go and enjoy yourself. So choose your joy and choose your rest. Rest is not a luxury. Rest is part of you being productive. I will say it again. Rest is meant for the very wise people. You know, the wise people, when you see wise people, they sleep like no man's business. When you see very wise people, because they, once you think that, oh, they are sleeping, maybe it's genetic, is this. No, they are giving their brain the rest it needs. If they are giving their brain the break it needs for clarity. And when you rest, your ability to process information becomes faster. When you are rested, your ability to understand becomes faster. But that happens when you have already trained your brain to work in sprints, then you rest. So when you are working, you be present in your break. When you are resting, be present in your break. Don't take your work along. Don't take it home and say, okay, let me go and finish it up. That is not how to rest. So schedule your rest and take your rest serious. As serious as you take your work, so you should also take your rest. So if you're a mother, you know, for us parents, you think no, my dear, you need that rest. Your children need you healthy. They need you happy. They need you smiling. You know, you would think that it's all those work you are doing, all the money you are providing that they will remember. No, let me just use these few minutes to talk about that, because I think it's something that people need to know. What your children will remember, like what I will remember, is when my dad was happy. Maybe he danced with me. Maybe when he just, you know, I can still remember when he used to put me on his bike and we drive around just endlessly because I enjoy the ride. Those are the things your children will remember. They are not going to remember all the times you were shouting, oh, the plates are not washed, when you were making everywhere very tidy and you are very stressed. Those things doesn't contribute. It's not part of the memory you want them to have. So as a parent, even though as a parent, even though you are stressed, even though you have a lot to do, once you plan your life, once you schedule your joy, you schedule your rest, schedule your work, and stick by it, then you have time. You be a happier parent. And once you're a happier parent, you see that things will start working, things will start falling into place. So don't be stressed that you forget to rest. If you forget to rest, it will slow down your ability to process information. It will affect your health. It will affect you mentally, physically. It will affect you emotionally. That is why you see some people, they will come back from work, they are biting on everybody because they are already stressed. If you don't take your rest serious, you will start making mistakes that you ought not to make, even at work, that might even cause you work. So take that rest serious before you leave any day, before you start any work. Even though I'm working on my own, like I've told everybody that cares to know, if you call me around this time, yes, I'm doing this. Then once it's 4, that is my time. I will close it, and that is just me. And I will rest like 30 minutes. If I have other things to do, I will do it. But you see, my break time, those that are working with me, they understand this. If I'm not at work, don't call unless it's an emergency. And you need to fix that boundary for yourself, for your own peace of mind, for your own rest, and you have a healthier body, a healthier mind to reason, to keep your memory sharp, to keep your memory working. Because it's not all about these distractions. It's all about you being intentional about keeping your mind and keeping your peace. So your memory thrives in balance. So there should be balance in your focus, your rest, your nutrition, your presence. There should be balance. So when you are present in anything, be present in it. You are at work, be at work. You are on your computer, be there. So be present and have this balance between rest and work time is very important. Don't take your rest for granted. It is meant for the wise. It's only the wise people that understand that, yeah, they need rest in order to be productive. But you see the unwise ones, they will think, oh, it is how long I work, it is how long I struggle that will make me to be productive. No. The longer you struggle, the slower your outcome, the slower your speed. So don't work too long, work too smart. So we've come to the end of this section. This break time is our last section, which runs between 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. So when we close now, that is it for today. Please remember also that, okay, we still do the closing just to bring it together during by 4 o'clock. Then remember that tomorrow we start again by 10. If you have any work that you are doing, you can join us. If you are writing your research, you are writing your papers, you have your books you are writing, please just join us. We can talk about how to write. If you have the writer's block, or you are struggling with arranging your work logically, like you are doing your research paper and you need it to flow, you can just put it in the chat and ask questions. I'm here to answer, and there might be other people that will contribute to your questions. It's very important for the students. You can join us tomorrow. We'll talk about how to improve our grade, how to improve our retention ability. So okay, we'll stop it here today and let's just wrap up. And remember that tomorrow we'll be here again once again. So if you are here, you can just give yourself a nice clap. Let me see if I can do that really. Sound effect, yeah. Oh dear, so I could do that. So now we have only a minute to close. So tomorrow we are coming back here again by 10 a.m. and we'll be ending it by 4 p.m. like we are doing today. So that's 6 hours. Remember, it goes 50-10. That's using the Pomodoro section. We use 50 minutes to do the deep work, and then we go for a mindful break, which is 10 minutes. We take 10 minutes to relax and be present in your break. So if you're taking a break now like I'm doing, so take a little break and rejoice. Make sure that you schedule your joy, your rest, and be present in your break. And don't be those that will take their work from their workplace back home. Please, when it is time to work when it is time for you to take a break. It's very important. Your rest is part of you being productive, and your joy is like healing to your soul, is healing to your body. So no matter what you're facing, choose to face it joyfully and be happier, so it makes life easier. And if you are coming tomorrow, I want you to come with your 3 priority tasks, the things that you want to achieve, the most important things that you want to achieve, and the urgent ones. So they are the priority. You bring it to the table and let's deal with it tomorrow. And for students, those that are struggling, those that are writing, if you want to be a writer, you can just put it down. If you don't know where to start, we can start talking about that and how to get your imagination to the paper and how to make it what others can look at. Is very important that you always have your pen and paper. For those that always have the spark, so you can put it down, because it might not it might not come back. You might not remember it again after that. So always have your pen, your paper, or your recorder or your phone to type it down, so you keep your memory and keep it safe. And if you are the one that has been struggling to keep your mind intact during this distraction, you know, the age we are in is the age of smart technology, noise everywhere. Noise is not all about people shouting, it's you having so much distractions. So you need to work on it and don't be distracted, because anything that distracts you takes from your focus, and it takes from your mind to it takes from your memory. So focus is the secret. You need to focus on a task each time, so you need to put your mind to it. So tomorrow when we come back here, it will be another section, and today I'm going to rest really. So I'm not coming back to do any Microsoft button teaching. If you want that, you can pop it in and ask. For now, I'm resting. So for those that has been working, we've already done the 6 hours. You see how easy it is to go 6 hours. But if you are not using the Pomodoro section, you see yourself struggling, you are stressed, but here no pressure, and it is a place for you to do your work and also to find time to rest, to get the balance between work and rest time. So it has been a very good day, it has been a very productive time. And for those that were here and those that they tabbed, they chatted, thank you so much for being here, and those that supported in one way or the other, so I do not take it for granted. And for those that saw the Rainbow Feast book, is a children book of that's for year 5 to 10. If you need that, you can just inbox me and then I will send you the link. That's just it, is there, and there will be other ones coming out. So always join me if you're a writer, and let's see how much we can achieve. Thank you for being there today, and thank you for working for 6 hours. It's long but it's short, it's without pressure, it's something that we do to achieve our aims. So we can do other things. When you start from here, you can do other things, but make sure that you give structure to your life. It makes life easier. So see you tomorrow by 10 a.m. again. So 10 to 4 again, which is another 6 hours. Thank you all the people that has been here, for the support, for the view, for the tap, for the like and everything. Thank you so much.